They think they know what it meant to be one of us. They picture raids at dawn, steel flashing in the sun, and the clash of shields. And yes, there was that. But there was more, much more. We lived in a world without distant kings to command us, a life shaped not by laws carved in stone, but by the choices we made and the strength to see them through. Every season carried new risks, new rewards, and new stories worth telling. I'll take you through that life as I lived it, the moments of danger, the quiet victories, the things that bound us together, and the freedoms that set us apart. It begins, as all our journeys did, with the sea, and the freedom it gave us to go anywhere we dared. When I was a boy, I used to watch the ships as they came and went from our fjord, their dragon-headed prows cutting through the water like they owned the sea itself. I didn't yet know the feel of salt spray on my face or the weight of an oar in my hands, but I knew one thing: those men were free. Free in a way no farmer, bound to the same patch of earth year after year, could ever understand. We Vikings answered to no far-off king and bent the knee to no one we did not choose. If a leader inspired us, we followed him. If he did not, we found another, or we struck out on our own. The world was not closed to us. It was open, vast, and waiting. The first time I set foot on a longship, I felt it, that rush that comes when the wind catches the sail and the land behind you begins to fade. There is nothing like that moment when the coastline slips away and the sea stretches out in every direction. No walls, no borders, only the horizon, daring you to see what lies beyond it. One season, we might follow the coast to trade with a nearby settlement. The next, we might set a course for lands spoken of only in the low firelight of winter gatherings. Every journey was a chance to find something new, a market heavy with spices, a harbour alive with strange languages, a shoreline where no one we knew had ever set foot. Some voyages brought us treasures beyond silver, knowledge of distant lands, friendships with people whose ways were unlike our own, stories that would be told in the hall for years to come. Other journeys gave us nothing but hard seas and empty shores, yet even those had their worth. To face the open ocean and come back alive is its own kind of victory. I've seen mornings where the sun rose over a glass-calm sea, painting the water gold, and I've seen nights where the waves rose higher than the mast, the spray freezing in our beards as we fought to hold our course. The sea could be a friend or a killer, but it was always honest. It gave nothing freely, and it demanded respect. There were times we left home not knowing when, or even if, we would return. But that uncertainty was part of the life. Every horizon promised change, and every journey was a test of skill, of courage, of who you truly were when there was no one to shield you from the elements. On land, you might spend your whole life within sight of the same hill. At sea, the world grew larger every day until it felt like you could spend 10 lifetimes chasing it and still not see it all. Even now, when I hear the gulls crying overhead and smell the salt in the air, I feel it again. That pull toward the unknown. The freedom to travel was not just a privilege of our life. It was the heart of it. It was the reason a man would leave a warm hearth and a safe bed for the cold deck of a ship, knowing full well that the sea could take him before he ever saw land again. And yet, to stay behind, to let the horizon go unexplored, that would have been a far greater loss. Freedom was its own reward, but freedom also opened the door to something every man sought: wealth. Out there on the open sea, the horizon didn't just promise new lands to see, but fortunes to claim. Some voyages gave us nothing but memories. Others made us rich enough to change our lives in a single season. I've seen it happen, a crew leaving with little more than hope, returning with chests so heavy 2 men had to carry them. Silver arm rings gleaming in the firelight. Fine cloaks stitched with colours no one in our village had ever worn before. Not every treasure was taken by force. We were traders as much as warriors, and there were markets that welcomed us as eagerly as any ally. I've stood in the bustle of far-off harbours, where the air smelled of spices I couldn't name, trading furs from the cold north for bolts of silk smooth as water. A man with a sharp tongue and a good sense for value could come home with as much wealth from the market stall as another might take from the edge of a sword. There was a satisfaction in striking a bargain and knowing both sides felt they'd won. But there were other times when words would not open the door, when a settlement stood fat with goods but its gates closed to us. The longships waited just beyond sight, and we went in another way. Raiding was dangerous work, but it carried rewards that trade could not match. A successful raid could mean years of comfort, land to farm, and the means to outfit a ship for the next journey. And it wasn't just gold and silver we took. It was tools, weapons, livestock, anything that could give our people an advantage when winter came. I felt the weight of a pouch, heavy with silver coins in my belt, earned after weeks at sea. I've seen men who once owned nothing return with enough wealth to build their own hall, marry well, and carve out a place in the sagas. And when you sat at the feast after such a journey, with the table groaning under the weight of roasted meat and the ale flowing freely, there was a pride that no coin could buy, the pride of knowing you'd earned it with your own hands, your own skill, your own nerve. Wealth was never the only reason we sailed, but it was the reason we could sail again and again. Silver bought timber for new ships. Trade goods bought loyalty, and a man who shared his fortune wisely never lacked for a crew willing to follow him back into the unknown. Out there, the sea gave nothing freely, but it offered chances, and if you had the courage to take them, it could make you richer than any man who stayed safe on shore. Wealth was only as good as the hands you shared it with. A man could return from a voyage with enough silver to drown himself in ale, but without the right people beside him, it would mean little. Out on the sea, I learned quickly that fortune was built not only on courage, but on the bonds between those who stood shoulder to shoulder in the shield wall and pulled the oars through the storm. And those bonds didn't end when the ship beached and the spoils were divided. They ran deep into the heart of our villages. In our way of life, trust was not a luxury, it was survival. A man had to know that the one watching his back in a fight was the same one who would help thatch his roof before the winter winds came. I've seen men give away part of their share of silver to help a neighbour whose barn had burned, knowing that one day they might need the same kindness in return. In a place where the seasons could be cruel and the sea even crueler, loyalty wasn't just expected, it was the thread that kept the whole tapestry from unravelling. Our gatherings in the Longhouse were more than feasts. They were where news was shared, disputes settled, and plans for the next season made. The warmth inside on a winter night wasn't only from the fire, it was from the closeness of people who had worked, fought, and endured together. I've sat there, listening to the laughter and the low hum of voices, feeling the weight of the day's work lift from my shoulders. In those moments, I knew I was part of something greater than myself, and loyalty was earned, not demanded. A good leader understood that. He didn't rule through fear alone, but through fairness, sharing the risks and the rewards. If he ate well, his people ate well. If he suffered hardship, they saw it and stood with him. This bond ran through families, crews, and the entire village, creating a web of trust that could withstand the hardest blows. Even in times of scarcity, there was a certainty that no one would be left entirely alone. When we took to the sea, that same loyalty held us together. I've faced nights when the winds screamed like the dead and the waves threatened to swallow the ship whole. And in those moments, it wasn't just my own skill that kept me alive. It was the strength of the men beside me. We rowed not only for our own survival, but for the man to our left and right. And when we returned, we celebrated not just the wealth we had gained, but the fact that we had all come home together. Strong bonds like these were the heart of our way of life. They gave meaning to the silver in our pouches and the food on our tables. Without them, a man might have riches, but he would be poorer than the humblest farmer in the village. With them, even the harshest winter could be faced without fear. In a world bound together by trust and loyalty, status was the reward that couldn't be stolen or bought. It had to be earned. Silver could be spent and food could be eaten, but a man's honor, once won, could follow him to the grave and beyond. Among our people, bravery was the measure by which a man was weighed, and there were few paths more certain to respect than proving yourself when it mattered most. I've seen quiet men, barely noticed in the longhouse, rise in the eyes of the village after standing firm in a fight when others faltered. Courage wasn't always about charging headlong with your sword raised. Sometimes it was about holding the line so the man next to you had a chance to survive. Sometimes it was about stepping forward when everyone else took a step back. Those moments were remembered, retold, and carried like a badge of honor. And honor wasn't just for warriors in battle. A fair leader, a generous shipmaster, a man who settled disputes with wisdom, they could hold as much standing as the fiercest fighter. But it's true that nothing raised a man's voice in the hall quite like a story of courage at sea or under the clash of steel. I can still feel the heat of the fire and hear the hush that would fall as someone recounted a voyage where the odds had been stacked against us, where death seemed certain until someone took the risk no one else dared. Earning that kind of respect changed a man's life. A respected warrior was invited to the best tables, sought out for counsel, trusted with decisions that shaped the future of the crew or the village. His voice carried weight, his presence commanded attention, and beyond the living, there was the belief that the bravest among us would be welcomed into Valhalla itself, feasting forever in the halls of the gods. That promise was more than a tale. It was a reason to stand your ground when fear clawed at your gut. I remember the first time I felt that shift in the way others looked at me. It wasn't after a great victory, but after a night when the weather had turned so suddenly that half the crew thought we were finished. The waves rose like black walls, and the ship threatened to splinter, but we kept her steady, oar by oar, until we found shelter. No enemy had fallen by my hand that night, yet I had fought just as hard, against the sea itself. When we walked back into the longhouse, soaked to the bone, the nods I received from the older men told me I had stepped into a different place among them. Honor gave meaning to everything else we did. It made the silver worth earning, the voyages worth taking, the hardships worth enduring. And the more a man proved himself, the more his community entrusted him with their safety, their futures, and their stories. In a life as unpredictable as ours, status and honor were the only possessions that could truly last. Honor had its rewards, but it also came with a pull you could never quite ignore, the call for what came next. Respect in the village was well and good, but a Viking who sat still too long soon found himself restless. We weren't meant to watch the seasons pass from the same patch of ground. Once you had proven yourself, once you had tasted the thrill of the unknown and returned with stories worth telling, you couldn't help but hunger for more. Adventure was never far from reach. Sometimes it came in the form of a whispered rumor in the longhouse, talk of a distant shore rich with furs, or a settlement fat with goods but poorly guarded. Other times it came from a trusted friend leaning across the table to say, "There's a ship leaving with the tide, and there's a place for you if you want it." I've felt the spark that catches in a man's chest when he hears such words. It's not greed, it's not even ambition, it's something deeper, the knowledge that there's another story out there, waiting for you to be part of it. I remember one spring when I had no intention of sailing. My share of silver was enough to last the year, and I'd promised my family I would see the harvest through. But then a crew I knew returned from the east with tales of cities greater than any I'd imagined, streets lined with markets, ships from every corner of the world, and treasures I'd never even heard of. That was all it took. Within a week, I was loading my gear onto a longship again, the promise of those sights burning hotter in me than the comfort of staying home. The beauty of our life was that adventure came in all shapes. Sometimes it was a raid, where every heartbeat was a wager. Sometimes it was a trading voyage, where the dangers were storms and strange customs rather than sword and spear. And sometimes it was simply setting out with no fixed plan, letting the wind and the will of the crew decide where we'd land. Those journeys could be the most rewarding of all, because you never knew what you might find: a hidden cove, a friendly village, a chance to see a place no one in your homeland had set eyes on before. Even in failure, adventure left its mark. A voyage that ended empty-handed could still give you the memory of a sunrise over foreign waters, or the thrill of outrunning a storm by a matter of minutes. Those moments stayed with you, tucked away like treasures no one could steal. And when you returned, the village gathered to hear about them, just as eagerly as they would for tales of silver and gold. In our world, life was too short to waste on safety alone. We sought the stories that would outlive us, the moments that would be told and retold long after our bones had turned to dust. Every man who stepped onto a longship knew that the next great adventure might be waiting just beyond the horizon, and that was reason enough to go. Adventure taught you many things, but above all, it taught you to stand on your own feet. Every journey, every raid, every season away from home carved into you the skills you needed to survive anywhere in the world. Out on the sea or on a foreign shore, there was no one to run to when things went wrong. If the sail tore in the middle of a gale, you fixed it. If the food ran low, you found more or you went hungry. The life we chose forced you to become capable in ways you couldn't even imagine when you first stepped aboard. It began with the simple things: how to read the wind by the feel of it on your face, how to tell a storm was coming long before the sky turned dark, how to spot good water from bad, and how to make a fire in rain that seemed determined to drown you. These weren't lessons from a book or a teacher. They were learned in the moment, with your life often depending on getting them right. I've had days where the only reason I'm still breathing is because I remembered the exact way my father taught me to knot a rope in the dark, or because I knew how to read the signs of ice on the water before the hull found it. And the skills didn't end with the sea. When we made land, we had to know how to hunt, to track, to build shelter from whatever the land offered. In strange places, you learned to adapt quickly, to cook with herbs you'd never tasted before, to trade in a language you didn't speak fluently, to find your way by the stars when the coastline looked unfamiliar. The longer you lived this life, the more you realized there was no such thing as a useless skill. One day's small trick could be the next day's salvation. Self-reliance also meant knowing how to fight, not just with sword and shield, but with your mind. You learned when to press forward and when to pull back, how to outthink a stronger enemy, and how to stay calm when the odds looked impossible. On more than one occasion, I've walked away from danger, not because I was the strongest, but because I saw the smarter path and took it before anyone else noticed it was there. There's a certain pride that comes from living this way. You stop doubting whether you can handle the next challenge because you've already handled 100 others, and it changes how you see the world. Where another man might see a wild coast and think danger, you see possibility. Food to gather, wood for a fire, water to drink, a place to rest and plan the next move. That confidence doesn't just keep you alive, it makes the world feel smaller, more open, and far less frightening. I've met men in my travels who couldn't imagine living without the comforts of their home city. Walls to guard them, markets to feed them, laws to protect them. We had no such safety, and we didn't need it. Our safety came from what we carried in our heads and in our hands. Out there, far from home, self-reliance was more than a virtue. It was the difference between living to see the sunrise and becoming just another story told by those who returned. When you could take care of yourself, you could also take care of your hunger. Out there, far from any market or storehouse, the food on your table was the food you caught, traded for, or grew with your own hands. And for all the hardships of our life, we ate well, better than many in the great cities who depended on others for every bite. The sea was our constant larder, and the land, when treated with respect, provided more than enough to keep us strong. I've pulled cod from the cold waters of the North Sea, so fresh they still shimmered silver in the morning light. I've stood on a riverbank and pulled in salmon heavy enough to feed a whole crew for a night. The first taste of fish roasted over driftwood embers after a long day at the oars is something you never forget. Simple, clean, and so full of strength you could almost feel it moving into your bones. And when we hunted inland, the game we brought down was just as rich: deer, boar, wild birds, each one a meal worth the effort it took to track and take it. But the sea and the hunt weren't our only sources. We knew how to grow barley and oats, how to gather berries and wild greens when the season was right. In some harbours we'd trade for goods we couldn't find at home: honey from the south, salt from far-off shores, spices that made even the most familiar stew taste new. Every voyage added something to our cooking, some trick or ingredient picked up in a distant market. And when winter came, we'd pull those flavors from the storehouse like treasures. Meals weren't just about feeding the body, They were about binding the crew and the village together. I've sat around the longhouse fire with a bowl of thick stew in my hands, steam rising into the rafters, the smell of herbs and slow-cooked meat filling the air. The talk would flow as freely as the ale, stories passing from one man to the next until the bowls were empty and the fire burned low. Those nights, the food wasn't just fuel, it was comfort, a reminder that we'd come home safe and could rest until the next journey called us away. Our diet kept us ready for whatever came next. Protein from fish and game, grains for endurance, preserved foods for the long voyages. It all worked together to make us strong and able to endure weeks of hard rowing, sudden battles, or the lean months when the weather refused to cooperate. I've met men from other lands who looked down on us as rough and uncivilized, but when they saw how long we could march, how hard we could work, and how quick we were to recover from the hardest trials, they understood. Our strength came from more than training. It came from what we put in our bellies every day. In a world where a bad harvest could mean hunger for months, we had learned to live with the land and the sea in a way that kept us not just alive, but thriving. And when you're strong, with a clear head and steady hands, you're ready to face whatever horizon the next dawn might bring. A good diet kept us strong, but it was the things we brought back from far-off lands that gave our lives a taste of the extraordinary. It's one thing to eat well on what the land and sea provide. It's another to sit down at your own table and see things no one in your village had laid eyes on before. Trade gave us that. Every voyage, every market stop, every deal struck in a language we barely understood could add something rare and remarkable to our homes. I remember the first time I saw silk. We'd traded in the east for furs, and the merchant, a thin man with sharp eyes, unrolled a bolt of fabric that seemed almost too fine to touch. It flowed through my hands like water, catching the light with every movement. I'd worn wool and leather my whole life, sturdy, dependable, but nothing like this. We took as much as we could carry, not just for the coin it would bring, but because the women of our village deserved to feel something so fine against their skin. Spices were another treasure. At home, we seasoned with salt, wild herbs, and the smoke of the fire. But in the southern markets, the air was thick with scents that made your mouth water before you'd even seen the food. Cinnamon, pepper, saffron, things we couldn't name but knew we had to have. I've seen a simple stew transformed into a feast with just a pinch of something bought across the sea. We didn't use them every day, they were too precious for that. But on feast nights, when the whole village gathered, the taste of those spices was a reminder of the journeys that made them possible. And then there was silver, coins from lands where the language was strange and the king's faces unfamiliar, bracelets and arm rings hammered by hands we'd never meet. We used silver to trade, to honor agreements, to show wealth, but it also had a way of becoming part of the stories we told. A man might wear an arm ring not just for its worth, but because he'd earned it in a deal that had nearly gone wrong in a crowded market half a world away. It wasn't always grand treasures we brought back either. Sometimes it was small things, a carved comb, a clay cup, a scrap of brightly dyed cloth. Things that reminded us of a place, a person, a moment on the journey. These too had value, because they carried stories with them. In a longhouse on a winter night, passing one of these around could spark hours of tales and laughter. Trade was as much a part of our life as raiding, and in many ways, it was more lasting. A raid might fill your hands with gold, but trade filled your life with the kind of wealth that could be shared, admired, and enjoyed for years. Every exotic good was a link to a place we'd been, and proof that the world was far bigger than the borders of our home fjord. And as much as I loved the food, the fire, and the company of my people, it was those reminders of distant shores that made me eager for the next tide to turn in our favor. The treasures we brought home, the silk, the spices, the silver, were proof of where we had been. But as fine as those things were, they could be spent, traded, or lost to time. What truly lasted was the story of how we earned them. A man could hold a coin for a year, but a good tale could be carried for generations. That was the true wealth we sought, personal glory, the kind that could be spoken in the longhouse long after you'd gone to the gods. I've seen it happen 100 times. A feast would be underway, the fire crackling, the ale flowing, and someone would begin a story. The moment they spoke a man's name, the room leaned in. Maybe it was a tale of how he outwitted an enemy twice his number. Maybe it was the storm he sailed through when every other ship turned back. Or maybe it was the bargain he struck that brought home enough wealth to see the whole village through a harsh winter. Whatever the story, you could see the pride in his eyes as it was told. Not the pride of boasting, but the pride of knowing he'd earned his place in the saga. The first time I heard my own name in such a story, it caught me off guard. I'd returned from a voyage where we'd faced a raid gone wrong, cornered on unfamiliar shores. We had no choice but to fight our way to the ships through a force that outnumbered us badly. I didn't think I'd done anything worth remembering. I'd only done what was needed to survive. But when the story was told and my part came, I felt a shift in how the others looked at me. That's when I understood. Glory wasn't just about the act itself. It was about how it was remembered. A man with personal glory could inspire others, even after he was gone. Young warriors would hear the tales and set out to match or surpass them. The sagas weren't just entertainment. They were lessons, warnings, and fuel for the fire in every heart. And there was something else. Glory could carry your name beyond your own lifetime. We believed that as long as your deeds were remembered, you never truly died. It wasn't only about battle either. Some men earned glory through cunning trade deals, others through exploration, finding routes and lands no one had seen before. Even the act of bringing back something rare, something that would change the life of your people, could earn you a place in the songs. I've seen men honored, not for how many enemies they struck down, but for how they saved lives when disaster struck. Personal glory was the one thing no one could take from you. Silver could be stolen, ships could sink, and fortunes could vanish. But if your name was woven into the stories told by the fire, you had achieved something greater. You had become part of the living memory of your people. And in the end, that was worth more than any treasure we could carry in our ships. Glory in the sagas was one way to live forever, but in our hearts, there was another promise that reached beyond this world. We believed that a warrior who died bravely would be welcomed into Valhalla, the great hall of Odin himself. There, the feasting never ended, the mead never ran dry, and the company was made up of the bravest who had ever lived. It wasn't just a story told to give men courage. It was a truth we carried with us into every battle and every storm. When I was young, I thought of Valhalla as something far away, a dream for old men to speak of when the nights were long. But as I grew and saw how quickly life could be taken, In the space of an arrow's flight or a single blow from the sea, I came to understand its pull. It wasn't a reward for living quietly. It was a reward for living without fear. If your time came while your sword was in your hand, if you stood when others ran, then your death had meaning. The thought of Valhalla could steady your hands in the darkest moments. I've stood in shield walls with the enemy pressing hard, knowing we were outnumbered. I could feel the tension in the men beside me, the way their breathing quickened. In those moments, I thought of the great hall beyond death's door, the laughter, the music, the faces of warriors I'd known who had already gone ahead. Fear lost its teeth when you believed that falling there and then meant joining them. But Valhalla was not just for warriors in the heat of battle. It was for anyone who met their end with courage, refusing to be broken. I've seen men who could not lift a sword still face their fate with the same steadiness as the fiercest fighter. In our way of thinking, Odin valued bravery in all its forms. A death with honor was a key, and each man carried his own. The belief shaped how we lived. It made us push farther, risk more, and take paths others would have turned away from. It wasn't recklessness, it was freedom. Knowing that if the worst came, you would step through the doors of the All-Father's Hall. You could give yourself fully to the moment in front of you. Whether it was holding the line so others could escape, or steering a long ship through a storm that threatened to break it apart, you didn't hesitate. I've often thought that this belief was one of our greatest treasures. Silver and gold could vanish. Lands could change hands. But the promise of Valhalla could not be taken from a man except by his own cowardice. It was the fire behind our courage, the reason we could smile in the face of danger, and the faith that made even death seem like a victory. And for those of us who lived our lives under the open sky, that was enough to carry us anywhere. Believing in Valhalla gave us the courage to face death, but it was our skill in life that gave us the tools to live well and to leave something behind worth remembering. Among our people, craftsmanship was more than a trade. It was a mark of pride. A well-made ship, a finely balanced sword, a piece of jewelry with every detail carved by hand. These were as much a part of our legacy as the battles we fought or the journeys we took. I've seen a shipbuilder work for months on a single long ship, shaping every plank of oak until it fit so perfectly you couldn't slide a blade between the joints. The curve of the hull, the balance of the mast, the way the oars moved through the water, all of it mattered because on the open sea there was no hiding the flaws in a man's work. I've sailed in ships that cut through the waves like they were born from the water itself, and I've thanked the hands that built them every time a storm tested their strength. Weapons too were crafted with the same care. A sword wasn't just a tool for battle, it was a reflection of the man who carried it. I still remember the first time I held one forged for me alone. The grip fit my hand as if it had been grown there. The blade sang when it left the scabbard, and when I looked down its length, it was straight as the horizon. A weapon like that gave you confidence, not only because it could cut true, but because you knew it had been made by someone who cared as much about your life as you did. And it wasn't all ships and steel. Our people had a love for beauty that found its way into the smallest things. Arm rings of twisted silver, brooches shaped like animals from the old stories, drinking horns carved with scenes of voyages and victories. These were not made for strangers in far-off lands, but for ourselves, for our families, for our halls. I've sat by the fire and watched a craftsman engrave a pattern so fine you'd need to hold it close to see every line. He didn't do it for praise. He did it because skill was its own reward. Even the practical things were made with care. Shields painted with bold designs, belts tooled with intricate patterns, even the fittings on a ship's sail could be decorated with a touch of artistry. These details mattered. They told you something about the person who made them and the people who used them. They reminded us that life was not only about surviving, but about creating something worthy of pride. Craftsmanship was a way of leaving your mark. A well-made ship might outlive its builder, carrying new generations to new shores. A sword could be passed from father to son, each adding his own story to the steel. Jewelry could be worn for a lifetime and then tucked away as an heirloom, carrying with it the memory of the hands that made it. We believed that if you were going to put your name to something, a voyage, a fight, or a piece of work, it should be done with such care that it would endure long after you were gone. In that way, a master craftsman was no different from a warrior. Both sought to create something that would live on, whether in the sagas or in the things they left behind. Just as our ships, weapons, and jewelry were built to endure, so too were the foundations of our households. And those foundations rested not only on the men who sailed and fought, but on the women who kept our world steady. Among our people, women held a place of respect that set us apart from many others of our time. They were not shadows in the background, nor possessions to be passed from one hand to another. They could own property, manage wealth, and if a marriage turned sour, they had the right to walk away from it. I've known women who ran their own farms as capably as any man could, their storehouses full, their livestock healthy, their fields well tended. While we were away at sea, it was they who kept the land thriving, ensuring there would be food on the table when we returned. Some of them were shrewd traders, meeting ships at the docks to barter goods as skillfully as the most seasoned merchant. If a deal needed to be made or a problem solved, they did not wait for the men to come home. They handled it themselves. Property, too, could belong to them outright. I've seen widows inherit land and manage it without a guardian. I've known daughters who were given fine jewelry, weapons, or even ships as their own possessions, not simply as gifts to be passed along to a husband. A woman could take what was hers into a marriage and leave with it if she chose to part ways. That freedom was more than just law, it was part of our way of thinking. A union without mutual respect wasn't worth keeping, and forcing two people to remain together against their will was seen as foolishness. This respect was not born from softness. Viking women could be as fierce in spirit as any man on the battlefield. Some took up weapons themselves, though that was rare. More often, their strength was in their resolve, in the way they could keep a community running while others were gone for months or years. They were the heartbeat of the village, steady, reliable, and fully capable of shaping their own futures. I've sailed to lands where women were hidden away, where their lives were dictated entirely by fathers or husbands, and each time I've been reminded of how different our homes were. We might have been called rough or barbaric by those outsiders, but when it came to the place of women in our society, I would not trade our ways for theirs. Our women were trusted partners in life, not bystanders. They shared in decisions, in responsibilities, and in the rewards of our labors. The crafts we made were meant to last for generations, but so were the bonds we formed at home. The respect given to our women made our families stronger, our farms more secure, and our villages more resilient. It meant that while the men sought fortune and glory abroad, there was a steady hand guiding things at home, not because we demanded it, but because we trusted them to do it as well as we ever could. And in truth, many did it better. The fairness we gave our women was part of something larger, a truth about our way of life that many outsiders never understood. In our world, a person's place was not fixed at birth. Bloodlines mattered, yes, but they were not chains. A man or woman could rise in standing through skill, bravery, and the way they carried themselves. You didn't have to be born into power to earn it. If you proved your worth, people noticed. And if enough people noticed, your voice began to carry weight in the longhouse. I've seen it happen more than once. A man who started as nothing more than an oarsman, known only for his strong back, returned from a voyage with not just silver, but a story of how he saved the ship when the mast cracked in a sudden storm. The next season, he wasn't at the oars, he was advising the shipmaster. A few years later, he commanded a crew of his own. In other lands, such a rise might take generations, if it happened at all. For us, it could happen in a handful of winters, provided you earned it. The same was true for warriors. I fought beside men who had no family name to speak of, yet stood their ground when others faltered, their courage turning the tide of a fight. Word of deeds like that travels fast. By the time they returned home, they were no longer just another sword in the line. They were someone whose judgment was sought in councils, someone offered the best seat at the feast. Skill and bravery spoke louder than pedigree, and a sharp mind could be as valuable as a strong arm. Even in trade, the same rule applied. I've known traders who began with almost nothing, bartering small goods from one village to the next until they could afford to join the great markets in foreign ports. Some came back with enough wealth to sponsor voyages, building reputations that rivaled those of seasoned warriors. In our world, opportunity did not bow only to those who inherited it. It bowed to those who seized it. This openness made our people stronger. It meant every man and woman had reason to push themselves, to learn, to improve, to earn the respect of those around them. And it kept our leaders honest, for they knew their position depended not just on blood, but on their ability to lead well. A chieftain who failed his people could be replaced, and often was. We followed those who proved themselves, not those who merely claimed the right. I have sailed under leaders who began as nothing more than deckhands. I've taken orders from men younger than me because they had the skill to see what others missed. And I've seen women rise to manage large farms and trading ventures, commanding respect from all who dealt with them. This was our way, to judge a person by their deeds, not by the name they were given at birth. It's what made life among our people so full of possibility. No matter where you began, if you had courage, skill, and the will to keep going, there was no telling how far you could rise. And that promise, the promise that tomorrow could be greater than today, was worth as much as any treasure we ever brought home. Skill could take you far in our world, but there were few abilities more respected or more feared by our rivals than the art of navigation. The sea was our road, our battlefield, and our lifeline, and to master it was to hold the keys to every opportunity that life could offer. Among our people, the best navigators were as valued as the finest warriors or most cunning traders, for without them, none of our journeys would have been possible. I learned early that the sea does not give up her secrets easily. You can't simply point your ship toward the horizon and hope. You have to know the language of the waves, the moods of the wind, the way the sun and moon mark the passing of the days. We read the clouds as others might read a scroll, each shift in shape and color telling us what the weather had in mind. We knew how to feel the swell beneath the hull and tell whether land was near, even when no shoreline was in sight. The stars were our constant companions. On clear nights, they guided us like old friends, each constellation a landmark in the endless black above. I can still remember the first time I steered a ship by starlight alone, tracing our path against the heavens and watching the wake stretch out behind us like a silver trail. In the far north, the aurora would dance above us, and even then, the navigator's eyes never left their points of reference. Beauty was welcome, but precision kept us alive. We had other tools too, the sunstones for finding the sun's position even through heavy clouds, the knowledge of how currents moved between familiar coasts, and the memory of landmarks passed down from those who had sailed before us. A skilled navigator carried a map in his mind, one drawn not on parchment but in experience, every route remembered in the pull of the tide and the shape of a distant cliff. I've seen what happens when that skill is lacking. A crew without a capable navigator is like a body without a heart. The motions might continue for a while, but the life drains out quickly. I've watched ships vanish into storms, never to return, their last mistake nothing more than a misread current or a poorly judged change in the wind. In our world, such errors were unforgiving, and the navigator bore the weight of every life on board. But when you sailed with a master, the difference was clear. We could find our way to distant markets across seas most men feared to cross. We could strike swiftly at an enemy and vanish before word of our arrival reached their neighbors. We could travel farther, faster, and with more certainty than any of our rivals. And it was this skill, as much as our steel, that made us feared. Navigation was more than a craft. It was an inheritance. Those who mastered it didn't just guide ships, they guided our people's future. They opened new paths, connected distant lands, and carried our name farther than any sword alone could reach. And for those of us who lived our lives under the pull of the tide, there was no greater freedom than knowing you could find your way home, no matter how far the journey took you. Mastering the seas meant we could go almost anywhere, but it didn't mean we were always gone. Our life had a rhythm to it, shaped by the seasons, and that rhythm was part of what made it bearable, even sweet. We raided and traded when the weather favored us, when the seas opened their arms and the winds were kind. But when the cold months came and the waters turned against us, we returned home. Winter was not a time for sailing. It was a time for the hearth, for family, and for the life we fought so hard to protect. The months of raiding and voyaging were intense. Long days of rowing, nights on strange shores, always alert, always ready for whatever might come. But when the season turned, there was a satisfaction in coming back through the fjord, seeing the smoke from the village rise against the snow-covered hills. You could feel the tension drain from your shoulders as the longship scraped against the shore. The sea might be our road, but the land was our anchor. At home in the winter, the days slowed. The mornings began not with the call to hoist the sail, but with the smell of fresh bread from the hearth. Repairs were made, to ships, to weapons, to tools, and stores were restocked for the next season. I've spent many a cold afternoon shaping new oar handles or checking the seams on a sail, knowing that the work I did now could make the difference between success and disaster come spring. But the best part was the time with those we loved. Children who had grown taller since we'd left, wives who ran the farms and kept the houses warm, parents whose eyes lit up at our return. These were the faces that made every risk at sea worth taking. Winter was when we caught up on their stories, shared our own, and remembered what it felt like to live without the constant edge of danger. The Longhouse was never more alive than in those months. Feasts were held to celebrate safe returns, and the air filled with music, laughter, and the smell of roasting meat. We told and retold the tales of the season's voyages, each man adding his own embellishment until the stories grew as rich as the food. The younger ones listened wide-eyed, already dreaming of the day they would take their place aboard a longship. Still, winter wasn't only rest, it was preparation. Just as the earth lay quiet beneath the snow, we lay in wait, sharpening our blades, strengthening our bodies, and planning the routes we'd take when the ice broke. The bonds with family gave us reason to come back. The work we did in the quiet months gave us the means to go again. That cycle, the rush of the voyages and the stillness of the winters, kept us balanced. The sea gave us freedom and fortune, but the land gave us roots. Without one, the other would lose its meaning. And so, when the first signs of spring came, when the days grew longer and the fjord thawed, we would step back onto the ships with renewed strength, knowing there was always a place and people waiting for us when the season turned again. Winter at home gave us more than rest and preparation. It gave us time for stories. In the Longhouse, when the wind howled against the walls and the firelight flickered across familiar faces, the sagas came alive. Storytelling was not just something we did to pass the hours. It was a lifeblood that kept our history, our values, and our pride burning as bright as the flames. Without those nights of words and memory, the quiet months would have been far colder. Some nights the stories were about the season just past. A man might rise with a grin, slap his hand on the table, and launch into a tale of how his crew outwitted a rival ship or found a hidden cove rich with fish. Laughter would roll through the hall as he acted out the details, making himself the hero one moment and the fool the next. Other nights, the voices turned to the old sagas, the great battles, the voyages of ancestors, the deeds of gods and heroes whose names had been spoken for centuries. I remember sitting as a boy, pressed between my father and uncle, listening to an elder tell of Thor's hammer striking down giants, or Odin wandering the world in disguise. The fire would pop, sending sparks upward, and for a while the line between the mortal world and the realm of the gods seemed thin enough to step across. Those stories shaped us, teaching courage, cunning, loyalty, and the price of breaking an oath. But the best storytellers knew how to weave truth and legend together. A man might begin with something that had happened to him, a storm at sea, a duel in a market far from home, and by the time he finished, the ship was nearly swallowed whole by a sea serpent, or the market duel had drawn the attention of a wandering god. No one minded the exaggerations. In fact, we expected them. A good story was like a good feast, best served with plenty of spice. Storytelling also kept our history alive. Names and deeds that might have been forgotten were carried forward, passed from one generation to the next. In that way, even those who had fallen long before we were born were still part of our lives. Their victories encouraged us, their mistakes warned us, and their legacies gave us a standard to measure ourselves against. Some of my own proudest moments have come not on the deck of a ship, but in the longhouse, hearing someone else tell my story. It's one thing to live a moment, it's another to hear it shaped into a saga by someone else's words. You catch the glances from the younger ones, the way they hang on each detail, and you know you've added a thread to the great tapestry of our people. In those winter nights, surrounded by the warmth of the fire and the voices of friends, we were reminded that we were more than warriors and traders. We were part of a living story, one that began long before us and would continue long after we were gone. And when the ice finally broke and the ship set out again, we carried those tales with us, ready to live the next chapter. Those nights of storytelling taught us something important, that strength alone did not make a man great. A tale could be about a mighty warrior, yes, but it could just as easily be about a clever strategist, a master craftsman, or a poet whose words stirred the heart more than any sword could. Among our people, skill in all its forms was respected, because we knew it took more than muscle to build a life worth living. I've seen men who could split a shield in battle, but stood quietly in awe when a shipwright unveiled a newly finished longship, every curve and joint perfect. That kind of work demanded patience, precision, and an understanding of the sea that no brute force could match. Without the shipbuilder's skill, the strongest warrior would never leave the fjord, and without the smith's hand at the forge, his sword would never hold an edge. Poets, too, held a place of honor. Some might laugh at the idea of a man winning respect with nothing more than words, but I've watched an entire longhouse fall silent as a skald recited a new verse. The right words, spoken in the right way, could inspire men to courage or bring tears to their eyes. In the sagas, it was often the poet who preserved the deeds of heroes, making sure their names would outlast their bones. To be remembered in song was no small honor. It was a kind of immortality. Strategy was another skill we valued. A leader who could see the whole battle before it began, who could position his men where they would do the most damage and take the least risk. That leader could win without losing half his crew. I've followed such men, and I've seen the difference it makes. A well-planned raid, a carefully chosen landing, a feint that lures an enemy into a trap. These things saved lives and brought home victories that might otherwise have ended in disaster. Respect for skill kept us balanced. It reminded us that no man could master everything, and that we relied on one another's strengths. The warrior needed the craftsman, the trader needed the navigator, the poet needed the stories born from the deeds of others. Each skill fed into the others, weaving together the fabric of our community. I've taken my place on both sides of that respect, giving it and receiving it. I've stood at the forge with a smith who showed me how to shape a blade, feeling his steady hands guide mine. I've sat at the longhouse table while a poet turned one of my voyages into verse, his words making it sound grander than it felt when I lived it. And I've seen the pride in a young man's eyes when an elder recognized the skill he'd worked years to master. We were a people who believed that every talent had its place, and that to honor skill was to honor the life it came from. In that way, strength was only part of the story, and those who understood this could build more than just a name for themselves. They could help build a world that would last. Respect for skill often found its fullest expression in the feasts we held. The craftsman's work, the poet's verse, the warrior's courage, the trader's bounty, all of it came together in those nights when the whole community gathered under one roof. Feasts were more than just meals. They were the heartbeat of our people, moments when every thread of our way of life wove into one. I've walked into the longhouse on feast nights and felt the warmth hit me like a wave, the air thick with the smell of roasting meat and fresh bread. The tables would be lined with the season's best, the hunter's venison, the fisherman's catch, the brewer's strongest ale. Every dish was a testament to someone's labor and skill, and everyone knew it. You could see the pride in a man's eyes when his work was set before the crowd. The feasts were not just for celebrating victories or marking the end of a voyage, though those were fine reasons. We gathered to honor marriages, births, and the change of the seasons. We came together after hard winters to remind ourselves that we had endured. Even in lean times, we found a way to share what we had, because the feast was as much about unity as it was about food. Music and storytelling filled the spaces between bites. The skalds would take their place by the fire, their voices carrying tales both old and new. Sometimes, the songs would be about great battles or voyages across the sea. Other times, they would be light and quick, meant to draw laughter from the room. The music wrapped around us like the heat from the hearth, and for a few hours, the troubles of the world outside the longhouse seemed far away. Feasts also had a way of strengthening bonds. Disputes were set aside, rivalries eased for the night. Men who might have clashed over a deal in the market would share a cup, trading quiet words that began the work of mending fences. Friendships were forged and renewed over those tables, alliances hinted at with a raised horn or a shared platter of food. I remember one winter feast in particular, after a hard season at sea. We had returned battered and empty-handed, the storms having taken what little we'd managed to gather. I expected a quiet, somber night, but the village turned out in force, bringing what they could. There was not much, but what there was, we shared evenly. The laughter that night was louder than I'd heard in years, and I realized then that the feast was never about how much we had. It was about the fact that we had each other. Those nights reminded us of why we fought, traded, and worked so hard. It was for these moments, for the sight of our people gathered together, alive and well, with the firelight dancing in their eyes. A community that could feast together no matter the season was a community that could weather anything. And when the horns were drained and the fire burned low, we left knowing we were part of something larger than ourselves, something worth defending with everything we had. Feasts showed us our unity, but the days between them were where that unity was truly tested. In our world, survival was never the work of one man or one family. It was the work of all of us. Every member of the community had a role, and every role mattered. A feast could not be prepared if no one hunted, no sails could be mended if no one worked the loom, and no longship could leave the fjord without many hands pulling together to ready her. I grew up knowing that my strength was only part of the whole. As a boy, I helped mend nets alongside the elders, who no longer sailed, but still knew every knot and weave by heart. I carried water from the stream for the women who baked the bread and brewed the ale. I learned quickly that no task was beneath me. because each task fed into the greater good. That lesson stayed with me long after I first stepped onto a longship. When I returned from voyages, it was the same. I might bring silver or trade goods back to the village, but without the blacksmith to repair my tools, without the farmers to grow grain for the winter, without the shepherd to tend the flocks, my wealth would mean nothing. We leaned on each other, and we gave back in turn. The measure of a person wasn't just what they could do for themselves, but what they could do for the community. Even in battle, shared responsibility was the difference between victory and defeat. A man who broke the shield wall to chase his own glory endangered everyone. The strongest warrior was useless if he could not trust the man beside him to hold his place. On the sea, it was no different. If the rowers were not in perfect rhythm, if the lookout didn't keep his eyes sharp, if the helmsman lost focus, disaster could come in an instant. I remember one winter when the storms came early and hard. Our storehouses were half empty, and the fjord froze sooner than expected. We couldn't sail out for food, so we turned inward, pooling what we had. The hunters doubled their traps. The women worked day and night to preserve what little meat we could find, and even the youngest children took turns gathering firewood. No one sat idle. The work was hard, but because everyone took part, no one went hungry, and no one froze. This way of living bound us together in a way that outsiders often fail to understand. To them, we might have seemed wild and disorganized, but the truth was the opposite. Our lives were built on the understanding that each person's effort supported the whole. A village where one man's work fed another, and another's skill protected the rest, was a village that could stand against hunger, storm, and even the sword. When you know that the person beside you will work just as hard for your survival as you do for theirs, it changes how you see them. It builds trust, and with trust comes strength. In our world, shared responsibility wasn't just a way to survive. It was the reason we thrived. When you live in a world where every person's effort holds up the rest, trust is everything, and trust is built on honor. Among us, wealth was valuable, but it was never the highest measure of a man. Silver could be earned and spent, taken and lost. Honor, once gone, could not be bought back. It was the foundation on which every bond in our society rested, and for a warrior, it was the one thing worth more than life itself. I learned that early, long before I set foot in my first battle. In the longhouse, I'd hear the elders speak not of who had the most gold, but of who had kept their word, who had stood their ground, who had refused to abandon a friend even when it meant risking everything. Those were the names that carried weight, and when the time came for me to prove myself, I understood why. We had a code, though we did not write it down. It was spoken through actions, not carved into stone. You fought with courage. You kept your word. You respected those who stood beside you, and you never turned your back on your kin. Treachery was the surest way to be cast out, and exile was a fate worse than death. A man without honor had no place among us, no matter how wealthy he might be. I've been in raids where the enemy's treasure was piled high, but the victory that mattered most was bringing every one of our crew home alive. I've seen warriors pass up the chance to take gold because it would have meant breaking an oath or striking down someone under their protection. Outsiders might call that foolishness, but to us, it was strength. The value of a man's word was worth more than any coin. Honor also kept the peace within our own ranks. Disputes happened. They always do when strong-willed people live and work together. But they were settled fairly, without cowardly blows or deceit. A challenge could be made, and it would be met openly, with both sides knowing the rules. And once it was done, it was done. That was the way to keep the bonds between us strong, even after tempers flared. There were moments when holding to the code was not easy. I've faced choices where the safer, richer path would have meant breaking faith with someone I owed loyalty to. In those moments, the code was like a voice in my ear, reminding me of who I was and what I stood for. Honor wasn't something you clung to when it was convenient. It was what you measured yourself against when the cost was high. Looking back, I see that our warrior code was as much about living as it was about fighting. It shaped our decisions at sea, in the market, and in the hall. It made us trustworthy to our allies and dangerous to our enemies, because they knew we would not bend when it came to what mattered. Wealth could build a life, but honor gave it meaning, and in the end, that was the legacy worth leaving behind. Our mastery of the seas would have meant little without the ships themselves. Anyone can row a boat, but a Viking longship was more than a vessel. It was a weapon, a market stall, and a home all in one. We built them to be fast, strong, and able to slip into places our enemies never thought we could reach. And that was no accident. Every curve, every joint, every plank was shaped with a purpose. I remember the smell of pine tar in the shipyard, the rhythmic sound of axes biting into oak, and the low murmur of craftsmen discussing the grain of a beam as if it were a living thing. They knew that a ship was only as strong as its weakest piece, and they treated every part with care. The hulls were long and narrow, their shallow draft allowing us to sail in deep seas or slide silently up a river no wider than a field. We could land in places other ships would run aground, strike fast, and be gone before the alarm spread. Speed was our greatest weapon. I've seen our longships outrun larger, heavier vessels with ease, slipping out of reach like a fox vanishing into the forest. Even fully loaded with men and cargo, we could turn quickly, adjust our course with a few strong strokes, and make use of winds that would leave other ships dead in the water. That agility made us unpredictable. Enemies could never be certain where we'd appear, and that uncertainty was worth as much as any blade. The beauty of our design was that it served both war and peace. On raids, the longship was a predator, fast, quiet, and lethal. On trading voyages, it was a workhorse, carrying goods across seas and rivers, its decks stacked with barrels and chests instead of shields. The same qualities that made it dangerous also made it perfect for exploration. We could push into unknown waters without fear of being trapped by shallow inlets or narrow channels. I've been in foreign ports where shipwrights gathered just to study our vessels, running their hands along the hull as if trying to memorize its shape. Some tried to copy them, but few could match the balance between strength and speed we had perfected. Our ships were not just transport, they were a symbol. When one appeared on the horizon, it spoke before we did. It said that those aboard knew where they were going, and they would arrive on their own terms. Every time I stepped onto a longship, I felt a kind of confidence I can't put into words. You could trust a well-built vessel with your life, and often we did. It was more than wood and sail. It was the tool that let us reach across the world and bring part of it back with us. And in that way, each longship was a promise. No shore too distant, no river too narrow, no horizon out of reach. The longships gave us the reach to go anywhere, but where and when we went was never only our choice. It was the land and sea that set the terms, and we learned to listen. You could be the finest shipbuilder, the sharpest navigator, the bravest warrior, and still be humbled in a single day if you ignored the rhythms of nature. For us, survival and success meant moving in step with the world around us. I grew up reading the seasons like a map. Spring was for preparing, mending sails, shaping new oars, planting crops before the long days at sea pulled us away. Summer was the time for travel, trade, and raids, when the winds were favorable and the days seemed to stretch without end. Autumn was for returning home, harvesting what the land had given us, and readying for the long, dark winter. And winter itself was a season for patience, for gathering around the fire, and for letting the earth and the sea rest. The sea had its moods, and you learned to read them as you would a friend's face. A line of clouds low on the horizon, the way the wind shifted, the smell of the air before a storm. These were warnings you ignored at your peril. I felt the stillness before a squall, the unnatural quiet when the waves hold their breath, and known we had only moments to act. In those times, nature was neither friend nor enemy. It was the law, and you obeyed. The land spoke just as clearly if you knew how to listen. The call of certain birds told us when the herring were running close to shore. The way the grass bent under the wind could hint at weather changes before the sky showed it. Even the growth of moss on the rocks could tell you where the sun favored and where the cold lingered. Our lives weren't just lived on the land and sea, they were woven into them. Some outsiders thought our connection to nature was just instinct, but it was more than that. It was memory, passed down from those who came before us, taught through stories, through example, through long days spent watching and learning. An old fisherman once told me that the sea doesn't care about your courage, only your respect. I've carried that truth with me ever since. Living this way gave us more than survival skills. It gave us a kind of peace. When you accept that the tides will rise and fall no matter your plans, that the wind will turn when it chooses, you stop fighting the world and start working with it. You become part of something larger, a cycle that has been moving long before you were born and will go on long after you're gone. And in the quiet moments, sailing under a sky so clear the stars looked close enough to touch, or walking through a forest heavy with the scent of pine after a fresh snowfall, you understood why we never felt separate from the world around us. We were not conquerors of nature. We were its students, its partners, and sometimes, if we were wise, its friends. Living in step with the land and sea taught us patience, but it also gave us the courage to push farther than anyone thought possible. When you know the rhythms of the world, when you can read the tides, sense the wind, and trust your ship, you begin to see horizons not as limits, but as invitations. And there was no feeling quite like being among the first to set foot where no one from our homeland had ever stood. I can still remember one such voyage. We had heard whispers from traders about a distant coast, rich with game and untouched forests, but no one we knew had seen it. Some said it was too far, that the sea between was treacherous. Others said it didn't exist at all, just a story to make a long winter night pass faster. But we had the ship, the crew, and the will to find out. The days at sea stretched on, the familiar landmarks falling away until there was only water in every direction. We sailed by the stars at night and by the wind and sun by day, always keeping faith that the land we sought was out there. When the lookout finally shouted from the prow, I felt a rush that had nothing to do with silver or plunder. A thin, dark line lay on the horizon, and as we drew closer, it grew into cliffs and rolling hills, green and wild under the open sky. Stepping onto that shore was like stepping into a story. The air was thick with the scent of pine and salt, and the ground felt solid and new beneath my boots. We didn't know what we'd find inland, danger or welcome, wealth or nothing at all. But it didn't matter. We had done what few had dared. Back home, others would speak of this place in the longhouse, but we would be the ones who could say, "I have been there." It wasn't just the land itself that mattered. It was what the discovery meant. A new fishing ground could feed a village for years. A safe harbour could open new routes for trade. Even the knowledge of a coastline, its shape and currents, could change how we travelled forever. Every new place we found became part of the map in our minds, a map we carried back to our people. And there was pride in knowing that years from now, others might follow the path we'd taken, using the knowledge we had earned with cold hands and tired eyes. Some would return richer than we did. Some might not return at all. But they would be walking in our wake, their sails filled by the same winds we had chased into the unknown. Exploration wasn't just about claiming land or resources. It was about claiming a moment in time, a place in the story of our people. To stand at the edge of the known world and look beyond it was to feel both small and infinite at once. And once you had felt that, you knew you'd never be satisfied with the safe and the familiar again. Finding new lands was one thing. Keeping them, using them, or taking what they offered was another matter entirely. The sea might carry us to a distant shore, but once we set foot on it, the outcome was rarely decided by muscle alone. Many outsiders think of us only as wild raiders, charging headlong into battle with axe in hand. They do not understand that our greatest victories were often won long before the first blade was drawn. Strategy was our sharpest weapon. I learned early that a fight well planned was a fight half won. The first time I saw this truth in action was not in some grand battle, but in a small harbour we had set our sights on. The place was well defended, high walls, narrow gates, and guards who never seemed to sleep. A brute force attack would have cost us dearly. Instead, our leader sent a small group ashore at night, dressed as traders. They mingled in the market the next day, listening, watching, and learning the rhythms of the place. When the moment came, we struck not at the gates, but at the weak point no one guarded, the water channel feeding the harbour. In the confusion that followed, the gates fell without us having to batter them at all. This was the way of our people. We studied the land, the enemy, the tides, and the wind before making a move. A raid was never just a rush toward danger. It was the careful choosing of where and when to hit, and how to be gone before anyone could mount a proper defense. Sometimes that meant attacking from the sea where they least expected us. Other times, it meant waiting for a festival or a market day when defenses would be thin. Patience could be as deadly as a sword. We also knew how to use deception. I've been part of voyages where we deliberately let ourselves be seen, sailing close enough for the enemy to ready their ships, only to vanish into the fog and strike their undefended harbour hours later. I've seen warriors pretend to flee, drawing our opponents into a chase that ended with them surrounded and outnumbered. These tactics weren't born from cowardice. They were born from understanding that a clever victory leaves more of your own alive to fight another day. Even in peaceful dealings, strategy mattered. On trading voyages, we would arrive knowing exactly which goods would tempt the local merchants most, sometimes bringing small gifts to open the door to better bargains. A well-played trade could earn us more than a raid ever would, and without the risk of bloodshed. That, too, was a form of battle, one fought with words, timing, and insight instead of steel. Strategy was never about proving how strong we were. It was about proving how smart we could be. Any fool can throw himself into a fight. A wise warrior knows when to fight, when to wait, and when to walk away. That wisdom kept us alive, allowed us to take more than we lost, and built a reputation that made even the strongest enemies think twice before crossing us. And so, when I think of our victories, I do not only remember the clashes of steel or the shouts of battle. I remember the quiet moments before, the watching, the planning, the patient laying of traps. Those were the times when the battle was truly won, long before the first sword was drawn. Cunning in battle was important, but the freedom to decide when and where to use it was just as vital. We weren't bound to the commands of some far-off king, a man who had never seen our fjord, never sailed our waters, and knew nothing of our lives. In our world, we answered to leaders we chose, local chieftains, shipmasters, men whose strength and wisdom we had witnessed firsthand. And if they lost our respect, we could take our loyalty elsewhere. That freedom shaped the way we fought, the way we traveled, and the way we lived. I've heard tales from other lands where peasants worked themselves to the bone only to see the fruit of their labor taken in taxes by a lord they might never meet. If war came, they were thrown into the front lines at a king's command, whether they believed in the cause or not. That was not our way. We fought for leaders who earned the right to guide us, and for causes we believed would benefit us and our kin. I've sailed under chieftains who knew every man in their crew by name. They shared the risks, stood in the shield wall beside us, and faced the same dangers we did. Their orders carried weight not because they came from a throne, but because they came from a man who had proven himself in the same storms, the same battles, the same hardships. And if a leader lost that trust, if his greed outweighed his sense, if he risked lives needlessly or failed to honor his word, the crew would leave him without hesitation. That freedom made us sharper. It meant every decision was our own, not handed down by some unseen ruler. We could take a season to trade instead of raid if we saw more profit in it. We could choose to sail east or west based on the word of a trusted scout, not a royal decree. And in battle, it meant our leaders listened to their men. Advice was not forbidden, it was welcomed, because the best idea could come from anywhere. I recall one voyage where our chieftain wanted to take a fortified harbour head-on. The younger warriors were eager for the glory, but the older hands saw the trap. The tides would turn against us before we could escape. We spoke our minds, and to his credit, he listened. We landed upriver instead, slipping past the defences and taking the settlement with half the risk. A king far away might never have heard those warnings. A chieftain among us did. Freedom also gave us mobility. If the land grew poor or the trade dried up, we could pack our goods, load the ships, and find a new place to settle without needing anyone's permission. That kind of independence frightened outsiders, but it kept us strong. We were not tied down by borders someone else had drawn. In the end, That freedom was as much a weapon as any axe or sword. It gave us the ability to choose our battles, to follow leaders we trusted, and to leave behind those who no longer deserved our loyalty. It meant that every man who stood beside you in the shield wall was there by choice, and that made him all the more dangerous to face. Our freedom to choose our leaders and chart our own course was part of what made us who we were, but it wasn't the whole of it. Independence was the way we lived. Our heritage was the reason we lived that way. Every man and woman in our world carried the weight and honor of the generations that came before us. We were not just individuals, we were part of a chain stretching back through time, each link forged by the deeds of our ancestors. And we felt that connection in everything we did. From a young age, I was told the names of the men and women who had shaped our family's place in the world. My grandfather's voyages, my great-grandmother's skill as a trader, the battles fought, the deals struck, the hardships endured. These weren't dusty tales to be half remembered. They were reminders that my life was not built in isolation. I walked the paths they had cleared, sailed the waters they had braved, and benefited from the choices they had made. It wasn't only about blood either. Heritage lived in our traditions, the way we built our ships, the way we held our feasts, the sagas we told in the longhouse, the runes carved into gifts or grave markers. Each was a thread in a tapestry older than any one of us. To break with it carelessly was to weaken the fabric. To honor it was to keep it strong. That pride didn't weigh us down, it pushed us forward. When I stepped onto a longship, I carried more than my own ambitions. I carried the expectation that I would add something worthy to the story of my people. I wanted the next generation to speak my name with the same respect I gave to those who came before. That didn't mean seeking glory at any cost. It meant living in a way that upheld the values and the reputation handed down to me. I felt this most keenly in moments of danger, in the middle of a fight, when my arms burned and my breath came hard. I would think of my grandfather standing in the shield wall, refusing to yield ground. In a storm at sea, when the waves threatened to splinter the ship, I would think of the navigators who had crossed even rougher waters with nothing but the stars to guide them. Remembering that I came from people who endured, who found a way through, gave me the will to do the same. Our heritage was also something we shared beyond our own families. When we travelled abroad, we carried it with us like a banner. Foreigners might have feared us, admired us, or both, but they always recognized that we belonged to something greater than ourselves. We were Vikings, not because of where we lived, but because of the spirit we carried, shaped by generations who refused to be forgotten. That pride was more than sentiment. It was a compass, guiding our choices and reminding us of who we were, no matter how far from home we sailed. And when I think of the life we lived, the risks we took, the bonds we forged, the places we reached, I know it was our heritage that gave us the strength to live it fully, and the reason we cared to pass it on. Carrying that pride in who we were didn't stop at our own shores. It followed us wherever we went. In every foreign harbour, in every market or fortress we approached, our heritage arrived ahead of us. Sometimes it came as a whisper, sometimes as a shout, but it was always there. People in far-off lands knew what it meant when a longship's prow broke the horizon. Some felt fear, others felt opportunity, many felt both. I've stepped off the gangplank in ports where traders hurried to set out their finest goods. hoping to make a deal before our competitors did. They knew we valued quality and that we paid well when we found it. In other places, the moment our sails were spotted, armed guards lined the docks, their eyes sharp, their hands never far from their weapons. To them, our arrival was a gamble. Would we come as merchants or as raiders? The truth was, we could be either, depending on the terms offered and the respect shown. What outsiders rarely understood was that respect ran both ways. We could be fierce, yes, but we also recognized skill, courage, and honor in others, no matter their origin. I've shared drinks with warriors from lands I once fought against, swapping stories as if we'd been allies our whole lives. I've watched foreign craftsmen at their work and felt genuine admiration, even if we were haggling over their prices an hour later. Our reputation might have opened doors or closed them, but it was our conduct once inside that determined whether we left as friends or enemies. Still, there was power in knowing that people measured their words and actions when dealing with us. I remember one trading voyage to the south, where the local governor tried to impose a tax on our goods that would have left us with little profit. We didn't raise our voices or our weapons. We simply reminded him, politely, that our ships could just as easily find another port. The tax vanished before the day was out. That wasn't luck. That was the weight of reputation doing the work for us. In some places, we were welcomed almost like honored guests. I've been feasted in halls far from home, treated to dishes and music meant to impress. The hosts would speak of our travels with fascination, asking about the lands we'd seen and the routes we'd taken. To them, we were living proof that the world was larger than they'd imagined. And in those moments, I felt the same. That even though we carried our identity proudly, it didn't set us apart from others so much as connect us to them. Of course, there were also places where our arrival brought nothing but hostility. In those cases, we were ready. The respect we earned abroad was built not only on admiration, but on the knowledge that we could not be taken lightly. We didn't look for trouble without cause, but neither did we shy away from it when it came. Over time, this balance, the ability to be both feared and respected, became one of our greatest strengths. Wherever we went, our name carried weight. It gave us choices. It allowed us to approach each shore on our terms. And whether they met us with open hands or closed fists, they knew one thing for certain. When the Vikings came, they came with purpose. Earning respect abroad was important, but no matter how far we sailed or how well we were received, there was always one place where loyalty mattered most: at home, with our families. You could travel halfway across the world, face storms and enemies, trade in markets full of wonders, but when you stepped off the longship and felt the familiar ground under your boots, you remembered exactly why you had gone in the first place. Everything we did out there was for the people waiting for us here. Our families were our anchor. They kept us grounded when the sea and the road tempted us to wander forever. I've seen men carry themselves like fierce wolves in battle only to soften completely when their children came running to greet them. Those moments, the laughter, the embraces, the voices calling your name, were worth more than any treasure in your cargo hold. Loyalty to family wasn't just about affection, it was survival. While we were away, they tended the farms, managed the stores, kept the houses in order, and made sure the old and the young were cared for. A man could fight and trade and bring home wealth, but without the steady work of those at home, that wealth would mean nothing. I never forgot that when I was at sea, that my success was built on their shoulders as much as on my own. It also meant that family decisions carried real weight. If a man considered a dangerous voyage, he thought of what it would mean for those depending on him. If a feud threatened to spill into violence, kinship could be the deciding factor in whether a hand was stayed or a blow was struck. The bonds of blood and marriage were strong enough to settle disputes or forge alliances that might otherwise have been impossible. Some of my strongest memories are of the quiet times with family between voyages, sitting by the hearth, sharing a meal while snow drifted against the door, listening to my father's stories while mending gear for the spring, watching the children chase each other through the grass on the first warm day after winter. These weren't moments anyone would sing about in a saga, but they were the heart of why we fought, why we worked, why we endured. I've been in places where family ties were weak, where men lived and died for themselves alone. They never seemed to have the same fire in their eyes as those who knew they were part of something larger. For us, the family name was not just a marker of who you were. It was a responsibility to carry it forward with honor, to make sure it was stronger in your hands than when it was given to you. And when we left again, setting our sails toward another uncertain horizon, it was the thought of home that stayed with us. Not just the buildings or the land, but the people, the ones who would be waiting by the shore when we returned. In that way, family wasn't only something we returned to, it was something we carried with us, no matter how far we traveled. Loyalty to family taught me responsibility early, and that same sense of responsibility shaped how leadership worked among our people. In some lands, titles are passed from father to son without question, no matter if the heir has ever lifted a blade or steered a ship. That was never our way. Among us, leadership was not something you inherited. It was something you earned, and if you couldn't hold it, someone else would. I saw my first taste of this on a summer voyage when I was still young, serving under a shipmaster known for his steady judgment. Halfway through the journey, he fell ill, and someone had to take command. There were older, stronger men aboard, but they all turned to a quiet trader who had saved the crew the year before with his quick thinking in a storm. He wasn't the loudest or the most feared, but when the sail needed trimming or a course needed setting, his word was taken without question. He had proved himself when it mattered, and that was enough. That was the way of things. Leadership came from deeds, not boasts. You could be a fierce fighter, but if you lacked the sense to see the bigger picture or the patience to listen when it counted, you'd never hold the respect needed to lead. And without respect, command meant nothing. Men would follow you into danger only if they believed you'd bring them back out again. When my own time came, it wasn't because I asked for it. We were on a trading voyage that turned tense when a rival crew laid claim to the same goods we sought. Talks broke down, tempers rose, and our shipmaster was caught on the far side of the market, unable to return. Eyes turned to me. I gave the orders to reposition our ship, blocking the harbour mouth until our crew returned with the goods. We sailed home without a fight, and that more than any battle earned me the trust of the men. Leading was never about being the first into the fray, though there were times that was necessary. It was about knowing when to push forward and when to hold back, when to speak and when to listen. A leader bore the weight of every decision, every life in the crew. That weight was heavy, but it was also what made the position worth holding. And the truth was, anyone could rise to it. A man might begin as nothing more than an oarsman, known only for his endurance, and end up commanding a voyage if he proved himself time and again. That possibility kept us sharp, kept us striving, and made sure that those who held command had earned it in the eyes of their people. In the end, leadership among us was a kind of trust, the same trust we gave our families, but spread across the deck of a ship or the walls of a hall. And like all trust, it could be given freely, but it had to be protected fiercely. Leadership came with weight, but it also carried the chance to leave something behind that no storm, sword, or sickness could take, a name that would outlive you. Among us, this was the closest thing to immortality a man could hope for. Not the kind that keeps your flesh walking the earth forever, but the kind that keeps your memory alive in the mouths of your people and in the ears of their children's children. If your deeds were worthy, your story could travel farther and last longer than you ever could in the flesh. I grew up listening to such stories. Some were of men I'd never met, their bones long gone to the earth or the sea, yet their names still carried weight. Their victories were told beside the fire as if they'd happened yesterday. And when their names were spoken, it wasn't only the events that were remembered, it was who they were. Brave, cunning, loyal, sometimes even reckless, but in a way that drew respect. That was the kind of memory worth striving for. When I first took on the responsibility of command, I didn't think about how my decisions might shape my own legacy. I thought only of keeping my crew alive, of making sure we returned home with enough to make the journey worth it. But afterward, when I heard my name woven into a skald's song, it struck me. Those words might be remembered long after I was gone. It was a humbling thought, and a dangerous one too. For some men, the hunger for such remembrance could lead them to foolish risks, chasing glory without weighing the cost. The truth was, the sagas did not care only for grand victories. A man could earn his place in them through a single act, saving another's life in a storm, standing against impossible odds to hold the line, or showing mercy when it would have been easier to take revenge. I've seen names remembered for wisdom as well as for bloodshed, and in that way, our legends carried the full measure of who we were, not just the sharp edge of our swords. And legends had a way of growing over time. A small victory could become a great one after a few winters of retelling. A narrow escape might turn into a feat of cunning that fooled entire armies. Some men complained about the exaggerations, but I never minded. I knew the truth lived in the heart of the tale, even if the details shifted like the wind. What mattered was that the essence of the deed, the courage, the resolve, stayed intact. For me, the thought of being remembered was less about pride and more about belonging to something larger. My own life was only one thread, but if I wove it well, it would strengthen the whole tapestry of our people. And perhaps long after I'd taken my last voyage, some young boy would hear my name by the fire and feel that same pull I once felt. The urge to step onto a ship, to test himself, and to add his own chapter to the story. That, I think, is the closest any of us can come to living forever. Looking back over the life I've lived, it's hard to separate one part from the next. The sea, the land, the people, they're all threads in the same cloth. We were not just warriors, or traders, or explorers. We were sons and daughters, craftsmen and poets, hunters and navigators. We carried our heritage with pride, but we also shaped it with our own hands. leaving it stronger for those who would come after us. The longships took us farther than most dared to dream, but it was the bonds between us that carried us home. The seasons gave us rhythm, the sagas gave us meaning. We learned to respect skill in all its forms, to honor those who proved themselves, and to hold fast to the code that bound us together. Wealth could fill your hands, but it was honor, loyalty, and the stories told in your name that truly made a life worth living. I have stood on shores no one from my homeland had ever seen, felt the weight of command in my hands, and watched my name carried in song around the longhouse fire. I have known the roar of battle and the quiet peace of winter evenings at home. And through it all, I have known this. Our way of life was not built on conquest alone, but on the strength to endure, the wisdom to adapt, and the will to live fully in every season we were given. If I have left anything behind, I hope it is this, that those who hear my story will understand we were more than the raids and the steel we're so often remembered for. We were people who knew the value of freedom, the weight of our word, and the joy of coming home to those we loved. That is what made us strong. That is what made us Vikings.